Hi again. Yeah, I'm live now, hopefully, and it's going to work. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but it wouldn't rotate to the right aspect ratio. So yeah, that was annoying. So I'm back and I'm behind. I just had to do a few things, and it started raining, and Carol's dog was out, so I just had to go and catch a dog because a dog goes crazy in storms, so I had to go and catch the dog and put the dog inside. So yeah, here I am, and I'm late. I'm very sorry. So we're going to get prepared here in a minute, and yeah, hopefully this is going to work now, and we'll get underway soon and make some hot cross buns. But I am behind, so you just got to bear with me on that one. So yeah, much apologies for that. And I haven't even got all my ingredients up here yet, or the recipe here yet, so bear with me as I just sort of get things sorted here. And I think, yeah, I've got this right here, good. I haven't even had my coffee yet either, so bear with me as I get that on too a bit later. Now I'm going to sneeze. I think this live stream's doomed. Just looking for my bread recipe. Troy was here on my earlier live stream. He's probably not come on to this one. But yeah, big hi to Troy if he's coming back. Cool Gamer was on my other one, so thank you, Cool Gamer. So we're just going to get things together and get ready. And yeah, I'm behind, so bear with me. And accept my apologies on that. I don't even know who we've got here, but thanks for anyone who's here. Now I'll just have to get some things together now. As I said, I'm running late, and that's my fault. What's this thing? Oh, it's still flashing on screen, this thing, and I can't sort of see a thing. It'll just have to, I'll just have to put up with it, I'm afraid. But yeah, just bear with me as I get everything together here. Because yeah, like I said, I'm running late and that's my fault, I know. Definitely my fault. So yeah, I'm sorry. About that. Don't know, we've got everybody here. Probably chased everybody off now with all the errors. Just getting things together what I want, which I should have had done, but yeah, I'd stuffed up. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anybody here yet. If you been here, do smash the thumbs up too, please. I really, really, really need those. Rattle, 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 bang, bang. Doesn't look like I've got anybody here, so it probably doesn't matter. By the look of things, nobody's talking to me anyways. So I'm just getting my ingredients together, which I should have had done, I know, and if I didn't sort of have all these errors earlier and other things I had to do, I would have been in, or would have had it all done, I should say. But anyways, I'm here now. So yeah, I guess I should just start getting everything assembled here and get this bread mixer on, or get it into the bread mixer, I should say. So, water I want. So we're just sort of getting everything sort of together here now. Oh, I'll have to clear a bit of a space here too, that you can see what I'm doing. Like I said, I'm really blurred today now. You know, when you got things going wrong. And it always happens when you're filming or going live. It doesn't sort of happen when you're not. So yeah, who do we have here? Probably no one. Moving that out of the way. Oh, I don't know why this thing's flashing on the screen. I wish it would stop, that I could sort of see how my frame and everything is. I can't even read the markings on this measure, so it's useless. But yeah, we'll just start off with our flour, and I'm using all-purpose flour. So I want 3 cups of that. It's not much in this container, but that doesn't matter. I've got another packet of that. So I'll just empty out all this old and then the rest can go in there. The new flour. Once I've got this measured out. And yeah, if you want your link dropped, if you just type drop, and Nightbot should do it. But yeah, do say hello. Please do say hello. Because I'd love to see your messages. So I'm just sort of measuring out my flour now. I'm using all-purpose flour, so I want 3 cups of that. Oh, this scoop mightn't be the best. I might be better off with a spoon. And trying not to get flour everywhere. Oh, only one watching, and that's probably me. I guess I get what I deserve, don't I? So that's 1 cup. And we'll measure out another cup. So we're measuring out 3 18-ounce cups. And I should pour this rest of this into the container, and then I can seal it up. And of course there will be a little bit of flour needed you know, later on in the process when I want to roll these out. Let's see if I can get this to go into here now. And it's Good Friday here in this location. I know for most of you it's Maundy Thursday. Oh, I have to get my bin bag here. Just hit that there for now. But if I seal this up in this container, then I'm not likely to knock it over and have flour going everywhere. Wouldn't that be nice? And I want to measure some cinnamon. Oh, that's 1 teaspoon, but it's not a very good one to go into that thing. But anyways. I might be better off using the half one because I can just dip it in here. So I'm going to put 3 teaspoons of cinnamon. Ground nutmeg. I'll give it 2 teaspoons of that. And 1 of allspice. So 3, 2, 1. And I'm going to mix that together really well. And it just sort of fluffs it up in the flour too a bit if you go with a whisk into your flour. Oh, it certainly smells lovely. And water. 1 1/4 cups warm water. So 10 ounces warm water. So I'll just pour that out and then I'll get rid of this water out of the way, and I'll warm the water up for about 30 seconds or something like that in the microwave. And it says oil, but I haven't got any oil, so I'll just have to use margarine, and I'll just sort of put that on top of here. Just getting my yeast because I want that. So just heating that water up and getting a trash baggie off because I got rid of the one I had here earlier. So I've just got that heated up, and you sort of want the whole lot about blood temperature. So I guess what's that, about 98 degrees Fahrenheit or something? I should get this bread maker up here. And lift that up here. Oh, everything's got dusty down here too. Never mind. Hope that's in frame. Like I said, I'm running behind today now, so please accept my apologies for that. Oh yes, you can see the bread maker there, I think. I'm going to want some sugar, and I'm using brown sugar today. But I better measure this margarine or butter. I would prefer to use real butter for cooking too, but real butter's so expensive that I just sort of use margarine. A new tub of that just for cooking. And I'm just going to put it in the cup of warm water just to, you know, it can melt a little bit. In that, and that should be all good then. Oh, what's the dog back down here again? I've just heard something. So I'm just going to put my liquids into my bread maker first. But that'll wash out later. Get rid of that. A bit. I've got margarine on my table now, so I'm going to have to clean that up in a minute. And I'm just getting my brown sugar. And you could use white sugar, but brown sugar will give a lovely flavour. Hopefully I can get this container open here of sugar. I might have to run up and get my scissors. Yep. Have to go and get my scissors. Oh, I want some salt too. I forgot that, so I better put that in here. And 1 teaspoon of salt. I'll just put that in with my flour and I'll mix that through. Because you don't really want a lot of salt sitting against your yeast. Because yeah, a lot of salt sitting against your yeast, apparently it can kill your yeast. just excuse me as I rattle around here. Getting my scissors just so that I can open this brown sugar. And I'll go and put the brown sugar in with the water too. Because I've got standard sugar here as well, but I've got the tablespoon sitting in there, so I brought that up here. I certainly hope I'll get some nice views here. I put a short up early today, and I don't know if the views are any better now, but they were pretty dismal earlier. I think I had like about 2 views on that. Pretty discouraging when that happens, but that's YouTube. Oh. So I'll give it 6 of brown sugar, 6 tablespoons. That should be just lovely, and I'll just get rid of this. I'll have to get a cloth to wipe up this margarine too. And I will be using some of this brown sugar later for the glaze on top. I'll just run some warm water and I'll wash this measure out because I'll want all that later when I measure out the fruit. So that can just dry. And I'm just going to give this a bit of a mix around here, the sugar and the butter. Just give it a bit of a mix around in the bottom. Wipe up this margarine. I only ever have margarine to cook with. I don't eat the stuff. And setting this to dough, and I'm going to put my flour on top of the liquids and the sugar here. Oh, Connor, hi there, Connor. Great to see you. And I'm just going to spread the flour mixture out fairly flat. In my bread maker, and then I'm going to put my yeast in because I won't add the fruit just yet. So I want 2.5 teaspoons of yeast. Oh, this is a half teaspoon. That's 1 teaspoon. 2 teaspoons. 2.5 teaspoons of yeast. Instant dried yeast, premium baker's yeast, that's what I'm using. It's good to buy a big container of it because I'm often making bread or bread rolls and things, so I go through it. So just shutting this and excuse me, and letting it start. And we're just using the dough only cycle. I'm going to have to get my cup of coffee on too. I've had things go wrong today, so I'm late starting and late setting up and everything, so I apologise for that. I would have had my coffee already if I wasn't running late. We did have Troy in earlier too, T8 Florida. I don't know if Troy's come back or not. I'd lost the first live stream. I'll have to go and delete that off my channel because it's just, you know, a piece of piece of shit, that first one. About a minute, and it wouldn't sort of show the right way around. It was wanting to show side on. I'll just get this scoop again because I know I'll have to scoop things down. It is mixing through. Lovely. So who have I missed here? Oh, Food Forest, great to see you, Food Forest. Nice to see you, Howie. Yeah, I'm just doing the coffee at the moment. And if you haven't already done so, please smash the thumbs up. And I should write this recipe down on here, and then later on I'll put it in the description. So So Hot Cross Buns. So 3 cups all-purpose flour. Um, 3 teaspoons ground cinnamon. So 3, 2, 1, basically. 2 teaspoons ground nutmeg. One teaspoon allspice. One teaspoon salt. Six tablespoons brown sugar. Two and a half teaspoons yeast. Oh, thank you, Howie. Yes, we need plenty of thumbs up, so thank you for that. 1 1/4 cups warm water. Quarter cup vegetable oil. I didn't have any vegetable oil, so I'm just using margarine. So you could use margarine. You could use butter too, but butter's too expensive for you just to bake with. I mean, I'll be spreading butter on my buns later once they're cooked. And I want 1 cup of dried mixed fruit. I have peel in this one, but you could have just sultanas or currants or whatever you want. 1 cup of that too. Pretty much your favourite. And of course, if any of you want your channel shared out, type drop. Because we do have Nightbot here. I'll go and get my copy. I'll just get this container dried out that I had the water and that in, because I want to put my fruit into that. Dried fruit, but I just get my coffee. I had 1 cup of coffee quite early, and then I haven't sort of had another, so I'm wanting my coffee. And I'll have to grab my milk out from the refrigerator here just to get that. That's got this shaking. Oh yes, I'll see what your message is in a minute, Howie. Oh, this coffee's shaking. I might put it over here, I think. Otherwise, I'll end up having a mess. I could go and buy Hot Cross Buns, but I'd rather make my own. Oh, Gail! Hi there, Gail! Yeah, we've had all sorts of disasters here this morning. Decided to get stormy, and my housemate's little dog was out and she goes crazy in storms, so I had to go and catch her, so that sort of put me off late. Oh yes, Howie, you don't eat bread, you eat whole food that is raw, except needs cooking like meat or fish. Love butter or extra virgin olive oil, cold pressed, yeah. Oh, thank you, Connor, you're too kind. Yeah, free range butter is $15 a pound, yes. I could certainly see that happening. I don't even see free range butter here. I buy some cold pressed milk just for drinking milk. I mean, I buy the cheap milk to go into the into my coffee. You know, your cheap UHT milk or long life milk or whatever. But if I want a glass of milk, like a glass of milk with my cookies, I buy this one. That's 1.5 quarts. And for 1.5 quarts, you're paying $7. So, if I was rich, I'd use it for everything, you know, when I need milk for baking or everything. But because I'm poor, I buy this one for baking and coffee. Unless I was making like a latte or something, where it was all milk. But for, you know, when I want a glass of milk with cookies, the real milk's sort of much nicer. Where do I put my fruit here? Oh, that's tight. I've got here a cup of mixed fruit that I, you know, just buy in a big container and then, or you know, buy in a bag and then put in a container and seal it up. And I want an 8-ounce cup of that. Oh, I wish I could send you some over, Gail. I don't think FedEx will do it. And it's been a minute since I've put a cooking video up because my card reader's died. And I've ordered a new SD card reader, but it hasn't come. And I need the SD card reader, you know, just to get videos off my camera. I don't really want to film full-length videos on the phone because I mean I've done shorts on the phone, filming on the phone. The difference in quality, and I'll probably be making another batch of these a bit later on because, you know, to have a good amount of them over Easter. And then later when we've got some quiet time waiting for, you know, the bread to prove, I've just... Oh yes, I know, it's very hit and miss, Gail, I know. I must have a look to see what today's has done. But yes, very hit or miss on shorts. I think today, well, earlier I only had like about 2 views on today's short. So, you know, sometimes they go okay and sometimes they just go absolutely terrible. Oh, 3 views now. A 4-pound roast pork, or a 4-pound pork shoulder roast on to cook. Yeah, 3 views. Well, one of the views is me. How to make a quick and easy bruised coleslaw, 242 views. Let's roll and season a pork shoulder, 380 views. Preparing a pork shoulder roast, 472 views. Roasting a lamb leg and making a roll, 632. Bread maker rolls in overdrive. That's the whole, you know, when I made the rolls. That's all in a short. 11 views. Terrible. Bread rolls baked and done, 925. Bread rolls kneaded, you know, just when I showed it kneading in the machine, 1200. Making bread dough in bread maker, 1200. So, you know, it's very, very hit or miss the views with shorts. Oh yes, kind of great. Did I watch that one? There was a little steak. He was really quick, and some frogs. And is that your newest? Is that the newest one that I watched, Connor, or have you put a newer one up since? Because I think I saw it a day or so back. Oh, all good, Howie, and yes, happy Easter, Good Friday here. At almost not 190 views of Mama Hummingbird. Yeah, well, it should get a lot more views than that. You know, it's just crazy because I'll have to go and watch that one too, Howie, because I like seeing those sorts of things. But yeah, I've got here, it's a cup of, an 8-ounce cup of dried mixed fruit. I'll show you that. But yeah, have a great evening, Howie, and take care, and really great to see you. I might have to add some more flour to this, you know, not accounting for the sugar. But I'll give things a bit of a mix with this spatula, and that should that's one thing with a bread maker, sometimes you need to watch it because it is apt to not mix properly at times. Oh, it does smell wonderful though with all the spices. Oh, it's starting to ball up a bit. But of course the fruit is dry too. I've got to remember, you know, a lot of the water in the dough, once it sort of gets, you know, beeps and I put the fruit in, it'll sort of take up a lot of the moisture with the fruit. I must remember that. Who else do we have with us? Hope they'll get a lot of views today. Once we've sort of got some quiet time when this sort of stops and it's just sort of resting and sitting, I'll actually share a few readings too. Some readings for Maundy Thursday, which of course for you all it still is. And some readings for Good Friday, which here it is Good Friday. Who here does the fish only on Good Friday? You know, no meat, but just fish or chicken on Good Friday. Who here does that? I'm just interested in that. I know a lot of people here in this country do it, even though they're not Christians. They even do it just out of tradition. And if you want your link shared out, type drop, and Nightbot should do that. I mean, I've got you all running here on the computer just so that I can see chat. Otherwise, I don't always see chat on my screen. I'm filming off the phone, using the phone to run this live stream today. But if you type drop in the chat, like I'm going to type just a couple of things here just as a demonstration. But if you just type drop, D-R-O-P, like I've just typed that, it should, Nightbot should run your channel link. I mean, I could type drop, but I don't really need Nightbot to drop my channel link because I'm here already and you're here watching my channel, so don't really need Nightbot to do that. Or, you know, I could also, you know, get it to drop this link too. I need to learn how to get it just to run ads, you know, these links just, you know, on a rotation. But, you know, I can just drop that, you know, because sometimes somebody says, oh, I want to give you a dono, but I know if I do it through Super Chat, you just lose most of it on, you know, to YouTube. Do you have a link like on PayPal or what have you? So, yeah, I do have that. So, you know, it's somebody, so I think we get about 60% of a super, or 55 or 60% of a Super Chat, and YouTube gets the rest. So this is beeping, so it's time to add the fruit. And I may need to add a bit more flour as well, just so... It could be the weather here too, making it a lot wetter than normal. I think that's sort of something to do with it. So maybe if I just add like a tablespoon of flour. Just to make sure it sort of takes up a little bit. my so-called midlife crisis vlog. Great to see you. Oh, the Angry Atrox. Nice to see you, Todd. And of course, you know, with this, you may have to add some all-purpose flour, you know, because well, it is fairly damp here today too, so I guess it's fairly fairly humid, and humidity sort of got into the flour and all of that. Don't know if Connor's still here, but Connor was on earlier, Todd. If somebody's not too busy, somebody could drop the link for his newest video. Yeah, I'll give it another. And I'll just give it a bit of scrape around the sides here because, you know, there may be flour sort of stuck in the bottom. Yeah, that's coming together in a ball a bit better now. I might just give it another. And hopefully we should be pretty right now because it's sort of mixing up into a ball now. But I used brown sugar. That might be a bit of the reason too that it sort of went up like that. If you haven't already, please smash the thumbs up. Yeah, type drop for your channel link to go out. Drop as in D-R-O-P. And then Nightbot will drop your channel link. I'm going to have to make myself another cup of coffee too. Because I've nearly emptied this. I was sort of running around and then I sort of started a live stream first up and it was sort of showing side on, so... And I couldn't get it right, even though I'd sort of had the thing set on, you know, the phone. I'm filming from the phone. I had it set to, you know, flip, that it'll flip around to portrait or landscape or whatever, but it didn't work for some reason. Maybe the YouTube app was, you know, a bit funny. I'll go and I'll make myself another cup of coffee. Gail, if you're still there, could you run your links for your collabs, please? We'll get those shared out. Because Gail's got a couple of really good collabs going at the moment. Crazy container growing. And Bless My Garden. And yeah, once I get my card reader, I'll be doing both. And Fifi Fowl Macackler, Gail, might even join in with Crazy Container Growing. I was talking to Fifi and she said, oh, she's wanting to join in and she's got really something crazy to do. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope you don't mind a comedy video on your collab there, Gail. Oh, awesome. Yeah, did you hear me saying about your collab links? If you could drop them, please, Gail. I don't know if you heard me, I was sort of talking over there, but I was talking about, I was talking to Fifi, and Fifi was saying she wants to just borrow my camera and do a video for my crazy container growing collab for you, Gail. So that could be very interesting. You know, if I just lend Fifi my camera. I just find it better when you're otherwise you'll get some flour around the edge of the mix. While the bread maker's going, just sort of scrape around the sides where the dough sticks up. The dough and the loose flour and whatever. Otherwise you just get a bit of flour around the edge of the loaf if you did the whole process with the bread maker. But that dough's coming together quite nicely, so I don't think I'll need to add any more flour. I'll just scrape off the dough that's sort of stuck to my spatula here too, because that might as well go in. Need this measure anymore, so I'll get rid of that. The all-purpose flour, I will want some of that still when I roll that out, the dough. So water is heated up, so I'm just getting myself another cup of coffee because I'm definitely needing some more coffee. And with today being a bit cooler, I might even have to proof my bread in the oven. You know, put your oven on the lowest temperature. I won't need to do that yet though, because it'll do the first proof in the bread maker machine. Oh, that's hot now. But if you want to share out your link, just type drop. Oh, this might be about at the first rise cycle, I think. Show you how it looks. So it has sort of come together. I'll need to put out plenty of oil when I not oil, flour, and I turn this out. Because it'll be a bit of a sticky sticky dough, I'm sure, but you know, throwing out plenty of flour when you do that, it should be okay. But it's Good Friday here too. So I'm actually also going to share some passages for Good Friday, if you all don't mind. Well, we'll share a couple of passages for Monday, Thursday. So I've just got a list here, and I'm just going to share them out. So Matthew 26, Matthew chapter 26, verses 17 to 21. I'm making a mess here. I'll sort of stack stuff up here, and that's nice, isn't it? Sort of stacking things up on my table beside me. So yeah, bear with me on that. Arielle Blur. So Matthew 26, I read from the New King James Version, but whatever version you have, please feel free to follow along. It is Good Friday here, but of course for a lot of you it's Maundy Thursday or Holy Thursday. Um, 17 to 21. So, verse 17, now on the first day of the feast of the unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying to him, where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover? And he said, go into the city to a certain man and say to him, the teacher says, my time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at your house with my disciples. So the disciples did as Jesus had directed them, and they prepared the Passover. When evening had come, he sat down with the 12. Now as they were eating, he said, assuredly I say to you, one of you will betray me. And Matthew chapter 26, verse 26 to 29. And as they were eating, Jesus took bread, blessed and broke it, and gave it to the disciples and said, "Take, eat, this is my body." Then he took the cup and gave thanks and gave it to them, saying, "Drink from it, all of you, for this is my blood of the new covenant, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. But I say to you, I will not drink of this fruit of the vine from now on until the day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom." We'll now turn to John chapter 6 and verse 53. So John 6 and 53. Then Jesus said to them, "Most assuredly I say to you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you." And now John 13 and verses 1 to 5. Now before the feast of the Passover, when Jesus knew that his hour had come, that he should depart from this world to the Father, having loved his own who were in the world, he loved them to the end. And supper being ended, the devil having already put it into the heart of Judas Iscariot, Simon's son, to betray him. Jesus, knowing that the Father had given all things into his hands, and that he had come from God and was going to God, he rose up from the supper and laid aside his garments, took a towel and girdled himself. After that he poured water into a basin and began to wash the disciples' feet, and to wipe them with the towel which he was girded. John 13, 12 to 31. So when he had washed their feet, taken his garments, and sat down again, he said to them, "Do you know what I have done to you? You call me teacher and Lord, and you say, well, for so I am. If I then say your Lord and teacher have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. For I have given you an example that you should do as I have done to you. Most assuredly I say to you, a servant is not greater than his master, nor is he who is sent greater than he who sent him. If you know these things, blessed are you if you do them. I do not speak concerning all of you. I know whom I have chosen, but that the scripture may be fulfilled. He who eats bread with me has lifted up his heel against me. Now I tell you before it comes, that when it does come to pass, you may believe that I am he. Most assuredly I say to you, he who receives whomever I send receives me, and he who receives me receives him who sent me." And now verse 21. When Jesus had said these things, he was troubled in spirit, and testified and said, most assuredly I say to you, one of you will betray me. Then the disciples looked at one another, perplexed about whom he spoke. Now there was leaning on Jesus' bosom one of his disciples whom Jesus loved. Simon Peter therefore motioned to him and asked who it was whom he spoke. Then leaning back on Jesus' breast, he said to him, Lord, who is it? Jesus answered, it is he to whom I shall give a piece of bread when I have dipped it. And having dipped the bread, he gave it to Judas Iscariot, the son of Simon. Now, after the piece of bread, Satan entered him. Then Jesus said to him, what you do, do quickly. But no one at the table knew for what reason he said this to him. For some thought, because Judas had the money box, that Jesus had said to him, buy those things we need for the feast, or that he should give something to the poor. Having received the piece of bread, he then went out immediately, and it was night. So when he had gone out, Jesus said, now the Son of Man is glorified, and God is glorified in him. If God is glorified in him, God will also glorify him in himself, and glorify him immediately. I'll just check any messages here. Oh, thank you, Gail. Thank you, Gail. Yeah, I've just got a list here that I brought up for study, and because it's Maundy Thursday or Holy Thursday here, for you I mean, and Good Friday for me, well, we've got some quiet time waiting for bread to rise. It's just a good time to share these and reflect on these days or this season, meaning the season of Christ's crucifixion and arising from the dead. John 13:34. A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another as I have loved you, that you also love one another. And I'll read 35 since we're here, and it sort of goes in the context. By this all will know that you are my disciples, if you have love for one another. And John 14:16. And I will pray the Father, and he will give you another helper, that he may abide with you forever. I'll read 17 too, because that sort of goes in context. The Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him. But you know him, for he dwells with you and will be in you. And 18, I will not leave you orphans, I will come to you. I also have here Psalm 23, 1-6, so I'll turn to Psalms and we'll read through that one too. So Psalm 23, 1-6, a Psalm of David. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup runs over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And I think we'll also reflect on what actually happened after the Last Supper as well. So we're just turning to Matthew. Matthew 26. And reading from verse 14. Oh, thank you, Gail. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just looking at the chat now. So Matthew 26 from verse 14. Then one of the 12, called Judas Iscariot, went to the chief priests and said, "What are you willing to give me if I deliver him to you?" And they counted out to him 30 pieces of silver. So from that time he sought opportunity to betray him. And we'll go to verse 47 and read from verse 47. And while he was still speaking, behold, Judas, one of the 12, with a great multitude with swords and clubs, came from the chief priests and elders of the people. Now his betrayer had given them a sign, saying, "Whomever I kiss, he is the one. Seize him." Immediately he went up to Jesus and said, "Greetings, Rabbi," and kissed him. But Jesus said to him, "Friend, why have you come?" Then they came and laid hands on Jesus and took him. And suddenly one of those who were with Jesus stretched out his hand and drew his sword, struck the servant of the high priest, and cut off his ear. But Jesus said to him, "Put your sword in its place, for all who take the sword will perish by the sword. Or do you think that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he will provide me with more than 12 legions of angels? How then could the scriptures be fulfilled, that it must happen thus?" In that hour Jesus said to the multitudes, "Have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs to take me? I sat daily with you, teaching in the temple, and you did not seize me. But all this was done that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled." Then all the disciples forsook him and fled, and those who had laid hold of Jesus led him away to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were assembled. But Peter followed him at a distance to the high priest's courtyard. And he went in and sat with the servants to see the end. And 59. Now the chief priests, the elders, and all the council sought false testimony against Jesus to put him to death, but found none. Even though many false witnesses came forward, they found none. But at last 2 false witnesses came forward and said, "This fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God and to build it in 3 days. And the high priest arose and said to him, Do you answer nothing? What is it these men testify against you? But Jesus kept silent. And the high priest answered and said to him, I put you under oath by the living God. Tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God. Jesus said to him, It is as you said. Nevertheless, I say to you, hereafter you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the power and coming on the clouds of heaven. Then the high priest tore his clothes, saying, He has spoken blasphemy. What further need do we have of witnesses? Look, now you have heard his blasphemy. What do you think? They answered and said, He is deserving of death. Then they spat in his face and beat him, and others struck him with the palms of their hands, saying, Prophesy to us, Christ. Who is the one who struck you? Now Peter sat outside in the courtyard, and a servant girl came to him, saying, You also were with Jesus of Galilee. But he denied it before them all, saying, I do not know what you are saying. And when he had gone out to the gateway, another girl saw him and said to those who were there, This fellow also was with Jesus of Nazareth. But again he denied it with an oath, I do not know the man. And a little later those who stood by came up and said to Peter, Surely you are also one of them, for your speech betrays you. Then he began to curse and swear, saying, I do not know the man. Immediately a rooster crowed, and Peter remembered the word of Jesus, who had said to him, Before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. So he went out and wept bitterly. And a bit later on, once we sort of get this out and roll it out and put it aside to rise, we'll continue on reading and we'll share the word and the story of Good Friday. So I'll be reading from Matthew 27. So just getting a bookmark here. Well, actually, Simply Jan's envelope, actually, which she sent her sticker out to me. And putting that aside, and we'll have a look at how our bread is looking. I think it's still got a bit of time to rise here yet. Definitely. Oh, it's very sticky. So I'm going to, but it is coming off the, I'm going to have to turn out a fair bit of, Oh, I know why it's so sticky too, because I used margarine instead of cooking oil. Of course, margarine seems to be full of water, so extra water instead of oil, but does seem to be a nice looking dough all the same, so I'll just have to mix plenty of you know, put plenty of flour out on my board, won't I? I think it's more sticky because of the flour than anything though, so that's all good. I'm going to have to go and visit the bathroom in a minute. Drinking all this coffee. Who do we still have here with us? And yeah, Gail, if you're still here, if you could share those links out for your collaborations. Because yeah, I definitely would like to get those out. Otherwise, I'll have to search them up in the computer here myself and just bring them up. Who do we have here still at the moment? Oh, I should put that oven back onto the lowest setting too. When I want to make my hot cross bun rolls and turn them out to rise, I'll set them in there for a while just to help them to rise, because it's a little bit coolish here and a bit stormy, so they mightn't sort of rise. Oh, awesome, Gail. Yep. Weird container growing. Yeah, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I was talking to Fifi Fowl Macackler and you know, my crazy neighbour, and she was asking, could she borrow my camera? She'd like to participate and do a video for. But you know, knowing Fifi, it'll be pure comedy. So yeah, hopefully you wouldn't mind if Fifi made a video for your collab, Gail. And bless my garden. Yes, I've got to film a couple of those videos too when I get my card reader, new card reader, because the old SD card reader I've got isn't working, and I've got two SD card. Yeah, Fifi would be awesome. Yeah, I've got two SD cards absolutely full of videos. So it's been a minute since I've had a full-length video, because I don't want to be filming full-length videos on my phone. I mean, I'll do shorts on my phone, but full-length videos, you know, the quality of them. Because shorts nobody probably notices, because most people watch shorts on their phone, but my full length, a lot of people watch them on large screens, so you know, you definitely do notice the difference. I was just sort of sitting here waiting for this bread dough to rise, and I might even pull it out and give you all a look at this bread dough, and then I'm going to have to go for a walk and visit the bathroom too, drinking all this coffee. I might have to shut the door behind me too, because there's a cold breeze blowing in here too, which won't sort of really help the bread dough very much, will it? So yeah, I might just do that and go and visit the restroom. Because yeah, drinking all this coffee now while I'm here live doesn't really help things, does it? But I definitely need the coffee to stop the blur moments. But we'll give you all a look at how this dough is looking. It's on its first rise now. It's sticky, but it's not sticky, if you know what I mean. It's coming off the so a bit of flour and it'll be perfect to roll out later. Yeah, that's warming up there, so it wants to go back in here so it will warm up a bit and rise a bit. And then when we roll it out and beat it out, it should be just perfect. Message, I know I missed one. Oh yes, a lot of blur moments lately. Good to hear I'm not the only one, Gail. Good to hear. I'll go and visit this restroom. So hopefully this bread's rising up. Oh yes, a funny character. Just have to figure out a way to... Oh yes, I think some of the joke shops have funny things like that, Gail, yeah. Just turn this oven on a bit so that I can get some heat in there, just to, you know, just so I can do the second rise when I roll this out, but that's still 20 minutes away. So this live's going to be... Oh yes, Simply Jan might be doing hers in a character too. Oh, that sounds really awesome, yeah. We do, yeah, you'll get to know them live streams. We'll have to, I know you were saying Monday, have to set up V.I.P to go on, and you're saying the Simply Jan's character, the loose faucet as well. Yeah, funny character. If you had a live stream with the funny character and you got the loose faucet up and V.I.P, it would be a real riot, that live stream, wouldn't it? And yeah, I'll remind you all, type drop and it'll Nightbot will drop your link. Yeah, we should set that up with Jan, yeah. I might have to make sure I wake up early because our clocks are fallen back too. Last Sunday morning our clocks fell back, so we're another hour out. It's 1:35 p.m. here on Good Friday. I have my computer here running just to keep up with chat, so when I'm not looking towards you, I'm just looking at my computer. Yeah, 9 a.m. 9 a.m. is a good time for me, but that's probably getting rather late for you. So I might have to just wake up early and, you know, set it up early. I'm not a real morning girl though, so I'm not a huge fan of mornings. So could be, but it probably doesn't matter. 8 p.m. my time, I believe. Yeah, I'm just thinking what it is. I think that's 10 a.m. here. What time is it there now, Gail? I should Google it. You know, when our clocks fall back, or yours fall back, or yours spring forward, or our spring forward, it always sort of puts me out, if you know what I mean. Because ours fall back and spring forward at different times. 10:30 p.m. and you're talking about 8 p.m. so that's about 11 a.m. 11 a.m. here. So yeah, that would work. I mean, you could make it a bit earlier, because you don't sort of want to put your time out too much for your usual live stream viewers. So, you know, you could make it 7 p.m. your time. So that would be 10 a.m. my time. That would work. that would definitely work, yeah. I must see how much more time I've got here on this bread maker before I turn this out. I'm just thinking, will I need to get some gloves? Yeah, 7 p.m. is good, yeah. Just thinking how sticky this dough is. Will I need to get my... I've only got plastic gloves, so they're not very nice, but, you know, I can live with them. I've been talking about this dough here. But yeah, that would work, 7 p.m. I'm not doing StreamYard today, otherwise I'd get you to come up. But yeah, I'm doing it through the phone because there's no way I could sort of catch things on the webcam or whatever, you know, what I'm doing here with the bread making if I did it through the computer. And also the webcam's not very good, it's very dark. And I can't seem to brighten it up any either, the webcam. I might have to see if I could set up my camera to run from the computer. Whether StreamYard would allow that, I don't know. Because I don't pay for StreamYard either, so if I paid for StreamYard, it would probably allow me to do it. But yeah, this one will be a bit of a live stream marathon today because, you know, when you're making bread or making buns or bread rolls or what have you, it does take a bit of time. So hopefully nobody minds the marathon. But it is all watch time for me too, so, you know, I could certainly do with that. You know, the ad revenue sort of really died. I haven't been paid for YouTube this year yet, actually. Don't know if I'll get paid this month or not. Probably not by the look of things. December was the last month that I got some YouTube revenue, so, you know, the ad revenue until now hadn't sort of got up to the threshold, which, you know, is a bit unfortunate because, you know, those payments go back into YouTube. You know, giveaways or equipment or whatever for doing YouTube. But, you know, it is what it is. There's not a lot that any of us can do about that. And I know plenty of others have been saying, you know, other people, other channels have been saying the same thing, that their ad revenue is really gone down lately. I guess maybe, you know, with the current economic that the advertisers aren't sort of paying what they were. Yeah, I've been working my butt off too to fix things, but, you know, we're sort of at the mercy of YouTube there, aren't we? You know, I've had a short go up every day for the last month and a half now, nearly 2 months. I've got some more shorts to do. You know, and plenty of lives and plenty of videos, but, you know, I've been 2 weeks without a full-length video because I haven't had a card reader for my SD cards. Because when I do long form videos, I'm filming everything on my camera, not on phone. Yeah, mine have been doing very patchy. Some are okay and some are awful. But you know, using this camera to film with, and it certainly does give beautiful footage. This little thing. Films at 4K, 60 frames per second. But not cheap. You're looking at the same money as a GoPro for that. So I mean, you know, with the amount of money to, you know, put into this thing, I want to use it. And of course, you know, it's got a gimbal on, so if I move around or whatever, it'll keep things stable and keep things still. And you know, I walk around with the phone just doing live streams if I'm walking to the beach, and the phone sort of bloop, 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 bloop when I look back at the footage later. Whereas, you know, if I do it with this, it's smooth. And, you know, I'll show you how it sort of moves around. You know, I move the camera and it, you know, it stays, you know, where I set it. You know, whatever level I set it at, it'll stay. And takes, you know, all the bounce out of your footage. But, yeah, you're looking at the same money as a GoPro for this. So I'm wanting to use it, not the phone. Only 9 minutes to go there. It is rising, but not a lot here, but that doesn't matter. I mean, I'll get it to rise up more on the second rise. Yeah, how to use your GoPro. Yeah, I know. There's a bit of a learning curve with those things, Gail, I know. I guess, you know, watch some YouTube tutorials on them. You know, search how to use GoPro. And then, you know, whatever model GoPro you've got, like if you've got you know, GoPro 10, how to use my GoPro 10, or 11, how to use my GoPro 11, or GoPro 9, how to use my GoPro 9, or what have you. Because, you know, with those things, there's all the extra features that are really useful. I'm wanting a GoPro as well because I'm wanting to do some underwater shots and underwater videos of, you know, down the creek, what's down in the creek, you know, underwater. And even if I go to the beach, sort of put the GoPro in the water and just see what's underwater, and, you know, just useful for different footage like that. Or going out when it's raining and not having to worry about the camera, trying to keep the camera dry. Definitely want to do some of that too. But you know, YouTube will have to be kind to me for that to happen. To get a GoPro, I mean. YouTube bought this camera too. You know, from ad revenue and supers and that. So definitely, you know, need something to go crazy viral, really. And I was sort of writing down a few ideas for PP videos too. I think of something silly for PP, so I just, as soon as I think of something silly for PP, I sort of just write it down. And then, of course, I've just got to put it to PP to do it. So, you know, sometimes I've got a list of stuff that I've got written down. You know, I get a silly thought, or I've been watching a couple of videos lately, Uncle Roger. So I'm thinking PP's going to have to cook or something. Just for something really funny and really silly. And it would probably be something that's not really very edible if PP cooks. If you know what I mean. But I'd actually thought of something there. I don't know if you've ever watched Uncle Roger. If you just search Uncle Roger on YouTube, you'll see it. And oh, the guy who does it's absolutely hilarious. Yeah, that's what we need, a redneck Texas girl like Hee-Haw. Yes, exactly. As funny as. You know, it's, you know, everybody's funny character. Oh, yes, well, just look up Uncle Roger. He's a British Chinese guy, and he really he takes off the you know, the Asian guys very well. And he's absolutely hilarious. He sort of takes off like Singaporean guys, actually. You know, because I've seen a few characters very much like Uncle Roger, you know, when I used to live in Southeast Asia and I was often in Singapore. But of course, you know, Uncle Roger is exaggerated on those normal characters, is an exaggeration. And, you know, like PP Foul Macackler is a bit of an exaggeration of my adopter's family. You know, some of the aunties were very much like her and my adopter, and, you know, the aunties and whatever in their family was PP, sort of like a lot of those take off of those. Only sort of exaggerated. If you know what I mean, Gail. You know, they all thought they were upper class, and you know, they loved all sorts of crazy things, but they were absolutely loopy or cray-cray as well. But only an exaggeration of them. I mean, you know, Beef's more cray-cray than what they were. But, you know, that they would sort of talk about things like dingleberries and you know, because they were on farming people too, so, you know, they'd talk about sheep having dingleberries and sort of things like that. So, yeah, they're all a takeoff. And, you know, the garden, and, you know, there'd be one or two uncles that, you know, their uncles that were absolutely crazy and would be known to go and put dynamite in the fish pond or something silly like that. or you know, they'd be doing something with the pew. They'd decide, oh, this branch is a bit high with those apples on that apple tree, so you know, pew with the shotgun just to get that branch down and get the apples off the branch, or you know, something crazy like that. So you know, they were a fairly crazy family. I mean, they were as abusive as all get out as well. But you know, Fifi doesn't need to go into that sort of thing. I want Fifi to be funny, not nasty, if you know what I mean. Okay, well, this says it's finished the rise cycle. It hasn't risen up very much, but it has risen a little bit. So I'm going to get it out, and it'll rise up more when I turn these out. I will beat it out and roll it out and all of that. So I'll unplug this and put it aside, and then we'll get on to making our buns up. I'm just unplugging this thing here because I'll take it off the table, because with it being on the table we can't really see what we're doing, can we? I'm just looking here. Where do I put my baking? Oh, here it is, my parchment paper. I'm going to need that. And I'm going to need a board, and oh yes, the oven's just perfect. A board and my big knife, and all sorts of things there. I'll get some plastic gloves too, I think. The dough might be a bit sticky. They're not perfect though, these gloves. I got them from the dollar store here, and they're not very good. You know, just I should have just gone and bought latex gloves. It said non-latex on these, and I just saw it didn't have latex, but they were still stretchy, but they're not stretchy. But anyways, never mind. Get rid of these glasses. Put these gloves on, and then I can't read a thing without the glasses. Sometimes I can squint a bit and read a bit on screen, but I sort of need the glasses to read. If I'm out driving, I really should have the glasses too. A hot cross bun. You know, the Easter buns with the cross on. maybe I should put the left hand on first, but because I don't sort of have the grip on these with the you know, the latex gloves have better grip. But anyways, I'm just thinking the dough might be a bit sticky. Because it is certainly sticking to my spatula, but probably a bit sticky too because I've got so much brown sugar. I used brown. I normally, or the recipe said to use you know, white sugar, but I decided, oh, brown sugar will give a nicer flavour, so I went with brown sugar. So, you know, using brown sugar has probably made it a bit wetter and stickier. Oh, I should have put some flour down on the board first. Arielle Bleu. But, you know, I'll deal with that. You know, just getting some all-purpose flour. Yeah, I definitely should have put all-purpose flour down first. Oh, nice. You looked at a picture of them. Oh, this board's not real smooth either. I should have got the other board. I'll put some flour out here and I'll work it up anyways. Oh, that's better. I mean, I'll be able to just bring that up anyways, I think. Yeah, scrape this stuck dough up with my knife. And put plenty of flour down, and I'll be able to work things up, I think. Without making too much of a mess. Guess if I make a mess, well, I'm the one who's got to clean it up, aren't I? That's why I never want to make too much of a mess. But, you know, I can just incorporate this dough a bit and get it to you know, stick together. And I'm just sort of beating it down a bit, the dough. It's a nice stretchy dough though, so it's worked okay there. And of course, you know, whatever dough you use for the mix, well, you always need to, you know, make sure you've got some more all-purpose flour, you know, just for rolling things out. It certainly smells wonderful with all the cinnamon in this. I'll have to get my baking dish too while I remember. Oh, I shouldn't have put the flour aside. I want some more because it's just starting to stick a bit to the board. I will be making another batch of these too. Oh, all good, Gail. Have a good evening and good night. And thank you so much for coming by. What time is it now for you, Gail? I just want this to sit on the flour and then it won't stick to this board. And yeah, we'll divide this up. I'm definitely going to need more flour anyways as I divide this up, but I'll go and get the baking tray. They're not going to be perfectly divided up, are they? There might be a bit of variation in size. I'll get rid of these. Yeah, I'm going to try and work out that I get about a dozen, I think. But yeah, just getting some parchment paper. Otherwise they stick on the tray. And I just screw the parchment paper up first. It just helps it stick along the bottom or lay out flat on the bottom of your baking dish. I'll get this all-purpose flour back because I'm going to want some more of it anyways. So I've done it in half, and then I'll do it in half again, so into quarters or fourths. It's not going to be quite even, but never mind. There'll be a couple of big ones and a couple of small ones. Because you sort of want to try and get 3 from each quarter. Where a roll's a bit bigger, I might sort of steal a little bit from, you know, the other ones. And I just sort of want to spread out, you know, a dozen rolls in this tray. I will sort of adjust it sort of, you know, to sit perfectly. Well, that's a bit big, that one, so I'll just sort of pull a little bit of dough off him. That one's very small. I might even re-roll him with a bit from, you know, another roll. Yeah, that was very small, so that lump, so I'll probably, you know, grab a bit of another one. I'm just sort of rolling these and pressing it up a bit and, you know, just making a nice little ball of dough. Yeah, that one's a bit bigger, so I might even roll that into this very small one. This dough that's sticking on this board, I'll actually scrape that up and incorporate that into this one too, actually. You know, that'll make a bit of a difference. I should have got the smoother chopping board to work with, but you know, it's what it is, I guess. I got what I got. I'm just giving this a good press down as I roll. And I'll just check that I've got these placed fairly evenly. Yeah, that's a small one. And that's a rather big one, so I might just get a little bit off that one and you know, incorporate it into this smaller one. And I mean, they're not going to be absolutely even, but and it doesn't really matter if they're not. I'm just going to mark these a bit. The mark probably won't stay, but you know, as they pop up, I might have to mark them again a bit, but I just want to put a bit of a cross mark on them. This big knife's probably not the ideal tool to do it. I'll probably give them another mark later with another tool. And I'm going to put these in my oven, you know, just with the light on. Just enough to rise for about 30 minutes, and then we'll take them out, sit them somewhere warm. And, you know, I'll crank my oven up to 350. But I'll get rid of this here, and I want my flour yet. Because while these are rising, I'll actually, I'll make my crosses. Or make the mixture for my crosses, I should say. I'm going to have a bit of a wash up here too. Because I might as well have a wash up while things are quiet. And if I don't sort of wash this flour off fairly soon, I end up with a sticky mess that gets very hard and difficult to clean off. So best if I do it sooner rather than later. But you probably, yeah, you want your buns to sort of double in size in the second rise. So it's sort of, you know, might be 30 minutes, might be an hour. It's sort of as long as it takes. But then while it's all rising and that, I'll share some verses for Good Friday. Sort of one of those things though, when you're baking, you sort of you want to wash up your baking dishes fairly quickly, or it gets rather hard to clean up. You know, once the flour sort of dries and sets, it's sometimes not the easiest to deal with. So you've sort of got to accept my apologies there for that. But I haven't cleared off on you all. I'm just here at the sink. Don't think you really want to see washing dishes. I'm sure it's something you all know and love. But then in a minute we'll make our topping. You know, the topping for the crosses, I should say. Looking to see where my icing piper is. I won't sort of need a real lot of it, but I want some. And you're basically just making a thick flour paste. Six teaspoons, so basically just 2 tablespoons should be enough of flour, and you're basically just mixing enough water in with your flour just to make a thick paste. And of course I've got my icing piper here. You could make a piping bag too, or use a piping bag if you've got one. I've got that, so that's what I'll use. If I didn't have that, I would make a piping bag. And I'm using this bowl again that I had the flour in because just for expediency, really. I might just get my teaspoon to measure this water. To start off with a teaspoon of water and mix it in, and if I need more, I just sort of keep adding by the teaspoon. Yeah, definitely will need more, won't I? Because I don't want it to be too thin and runny. I just sort of want it to be a, you know, a paste. Maybe. you know, I guess the consistency of if you're making frosting, I guess. I might just add one more teaspoon. I don't really want to activate the gluten in this. I just sort of want it to be a paste. You know, just so that I can paint some pretty crosses on my hot cross buns. I mean, it's more sort of done for aesthetics. I mean, it's not necessary for the recipe to work or anything. More just to make things look pretty. Just crushing the lumps a bit. Yeah, that's more paste. Just crushing the lumps a bit. I mean, the water should go into the lumps a bit too once I just let it sit here, because I don't sort of want it immediately. I only want it once the buns have sort of swelled up a bit or risen up a bit. Who do we have with us? Oh, I hope I've still got this charging. It would be a disaster if we ran out of charge, wouldn't it? Yeah, 43. Yeah, it charged up to full and then it stopped. So just as well I did check that. Otherwise we'd be grinding to a halt. Wouldn't that be nice? And I'm just sort of waiting for these things to rise up now. So we might even share a bit more from the Bible for Good Friday, since it's Good Friday here. And you all, please don't forget to smash the thumbs up. I could certainly do with more of those. But I'm going to bake these at 350 degrees, and it would be for about 15 to 20 minutes, you know, just until they're done. So yeah, bake at 350 degrees Fahrenheit. You don't want to bake them too high with the amount of sugar. But yeah, we're now going to do some reading for Good Friday. And we have Matthew 27 that I'm going to share. And of course I'll have to get myself another coffee too in a while. You know, too much talking and reading does give me a dry throat. So Matthew 27. When morning came, all the chief priests and elders of the people plotted against Jesus to put him to death. And when they bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor. Then Judas, his betrayer, seeing that he had been condemned, was remorseful, and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. And they said, What is that to us? You see to it. Then he threw down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed, and went and hanged himself. But the chief priests took the silver pieces and said, It is not lawful to put them into the treasury, because they are the price of blood. And they consulted together and bought with them the potter's field to bury strangers in. Therefore that field has been called the field of blood to this day. Then was fulfilled what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet, saying, And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the value of him who was priced, whom they of the children of Israel priced, and gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord directed me. And verse 11. Now Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, saying, Are you the king of the Jews? Jesus said to him, It is as you say. And while he was being accused by the chief priests and elders, he answered nothing. Then Pilate said to him, Do you not hear how many things they testify against you? But he answered him not one word, so that the governor marveled greatly. Now at the feast, the governor was accustomed to releasing to the multitude one prisoner whom they wished. And at that time they had a notorious prisoner called Barabbas. Therefore, when they had gathered together, Pilate said to them, "Whom do you want me to release to you, Barabbas or Jesus, who is called Christ?" For they knew that they had handed him over because of envy. While he was sitting on the judgment seat, his wife sent to him, saying, "Have nothing to do with that just man, for I have suffered many things today in a dream because of him." But the chief priests and elders persuaded the multitudes that they should ask for Barabbas and destroy Jesus. The governor answered and said to them, "Which of the two do you want me to release to you?" They said, "Barabbas." Pilate said to them, "What then shall I do with Jesus, who is called Christ?" They all said to him, "Let him be crucified." Then the governor said, "Why, what evil has he done?" But they cried out all the more, saying, "Let him be crucified." When Pilate saw that he could not prevail at all, but rather that a tumult was rising, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, "I am innocent of the blood of this just person. You see to it." And all the people answered and said, "His blood be on us and on our children." Then he released Barabbas to them, and when he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified. Then the soldiers of the governor took Jesus into the praetorium and gathered the whole garrison around him. And they stripped him and put a scarlet robe on him. When they had twisted a crown of thorns, they put it on his head, and a reed in his right hand. And they bowed the knee before him and mocked him, saying, "Hail, King of the Jews!" Then they spat on him and took the reed and struck him on the head. And when they had mocked him, they took the robe off him, put his own clothes on him, and led him away to be crucified. Now, as they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. Him they compelled to bear his cross. And when they had come to a place called Golgotha, that is to say, place of a skull, they gave him sour wine mingled with gall to drink. But when he had tasted it, he would not drink. Then they crucified him and divided his garments, casting lots, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet. They divided my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. Sitting down, they kept a watch over him there, and they put up over his head the accusation written against him, "This is Jesus, the King of the Jews." Then 2 robbers were crucified with him, one on the right and another on the left. And those who passed by blasphemed him, wagging their heads and saying, "You who destroy the temple and build it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the Son of God, come down from the cross." Likewise the chief priests also, mocking with the scribes and the elders, said, "He saved others. Himself he cannot save. If he is the King of Israel, let him now come down from the cross, and we will believe him. He trusted in God. Let him deliver him now if he will have him. For he said, 'I am the Son of God.'" Even the robbers who were crucified with him reviled him with the same thing. Now from the 6th hour until the 9th hour there was darkness over all the land. And about the 9th hour Jesus cried out with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, which is, my God, why have you forsaken me? Some of those who stood there when they heard that said, this man is calling for Elijah. Immediately one of them ran and took a sponge, filled it with sour wine, and put it on a reed, and offered it to him to drink. The rest said, let him alone. Let us see if Elijah will come to save him. And Jesus cried out again with a loud voice and yielded up his spirit. Then behold, the veil of the temple was torn in two, from top to bottom, and the earth quaked, and the rocks were split, and the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. And coming out of the graves after his resurrection, they went into the holy city and appeared to many. So when the centurion and those with him who were guarding Jesus saw the earthquake and the things that had happened, they feared greatly, saying, truly this was the Son of God. And many women who followed Jesus from Galilee, ministering to him, were there looking on from afar, among whom were Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James and Joseph, and the mother of Zebedee's sons. Now when evening had come, there came a rich man from Arimathea named Joseph, who himself had also become a disciple of Jesus. This man went to Pilate and asked for the body of Jesus. Then Pilate commanded the body to be given to him. When Joseph had taken the body, he wrapped it in a clean linen cloth and laid it in his new tomb, which he had hewn out of the rock. And he rolled a large stone against the door of the tomb and departed. And Mary Magdalene was there, and the other Mary sitting opposite the tomb. And I'll just check to see how this is rising. It'll probably want a bit more time yet. And I do have a list of some other readings that we'll share, but I'll also get a cup of coffee on. Another cup of coffee. And then once my buns have risen up enough, I'll actually pipe the crosses onto them. Yeah, they definitely need to rise some more yet. I know it's because the weather's a bit cold. They've only just risen a little bit. I want them to rise up more than this. You know, they have swelled up a little bit. I want them to swell up a bit more. Hopefully they work. I've not made this recipe before, so hopefully it works. Maybe I should have used white sugar instead of brown sugar, but I think the taste of brown sugar will be more delicious. I just put some water in this cup to heat up for my coffee. Actually, I'll put a real good amount in, some for my coffee and some to make the glaze while I think about it, because I want to glaze the tops of these buns, of course. Once they're cooked. Grab this cup, and yeah, while that's heating up, I'll go and visit the restroom again. And of course, a big thank you to everybody who's running this live stream. I know a lot of people have gone to sleep. It is getting late for you all, I know. Oh, I must see how my water is going. It must be nearly heated up. And get all this coffee out and set up. Oh, got this little coffee pot I'll use because I can just pour the glaze out on that. When I make the glaze, and the glaze can sort of cool down. Because I won't want it to be so hot. You know, I don't want to put hot glaze onto hot buns, of course. So if it cools down, that'll be much better. I guess if I just use white sugar for the glaze. White sugar and a little bit of cinnamon maybe. The cinnamon certainly does smell lovely here. I will get some milk into this coffee too. Oh, I don't want the fruit here anymore, so moving that away. I'll just leave the sugar here. I don't know, maybe if I just get a teaspoon of, not a teaspoon, a tablespoon of sugar and, you know, mix a fairly equal amount of water with that. And you know, just throw, I don't know, a little bit of cinnamon, maybe, I don't know, quarter a teaspoon. Just to make a nice smell, really. And a nice taste on the glaze. So, you know, just getting a fairly similar amount and I'll put water into that. And really just mixing it up, dissolving the sugar, and then to let it cool down. Maybe I should put it in my refrigerator to cool down. Because if it thickens up a little bit, it'll be just nice. got a bit of a wet mess here, so I'll just wipe that up where I've spilt some water or sugar or what have you. Oh, I was going to put some milk in my coffee. So I'll just get some milk for my coffee and put that in, and then we'll do some Bible reading some more. And I've got a list that I just brought up. And we'll just share some more. 45% battery, so it's sort of just holding it. So at least it's not going backwards. It'd be good if it was going forwards, the charge, but at least it's not falling backwards. Just give that a bit of a mix. And we'll have a look at how our rolls are going. Well, they are rising a little bit. They're not puffing up as much as I thought they would, but you know, probably want them just to puff up a bit more yet. But I'll bring them out and they can sort of rise out here while I heat the oven up. Who have we got with us? All fairly quiet, but I've got it on top chat too. That's probably not helping things. I'll put it onto live. Just have a look here to see how the short has gone. And then we'll do some more readings while we just wait for things to rise up. Oh, yeah, 5 views for my pork shoulder roast. I'll just hit refresh on that. Might be a few more. But if it ain't, it ain't. There's not a lot I can do about it, is there? If YouTube decides it doesn't really like it, it doesn't like it. Oh yeah, 5 views. Never mind. Live now. 16 views in total for this live. Hope we get a heap more coming on here actually, but if we don't, we don't. There's not a lot I can do about that, is there? But we're going to do some more readings today, of course. We're going to go, I've got here Mark 15, 21 to 41. So we'll turn to Mark, the second book of the New Testament. So Mark 15, chapter 15 and verse 21 to 41. Then they compelled a certain man, Simon a Cyrenian, the father of Alexander and Rufus, as he was coming out of the country and passing by to bear his cross. And they brought him to the place Golgotha, which is translated place of a skull. Then they gave him wine mingled with myrrh to drink, but he did not take it. And when they crucified him, they divided his garments, casting lots for them to determine what every man should take. Now it was the 3rd hour, and they crucified him. And the inscription of his accusation was written above, "The King of the Jews." With him they also crucified 2 robbers, one on his right and the other on his left. So the scripture was fulfilled, which says, "And he was numbered with the transgressors." And those who passed by blasphemed him, wagging their heads and saying, "Aha, you who destroy the temple and build it in 3 days, save yourself and come down from the cross." Likewise the chief priests also, mocking among themselves with the scribes, said, "He saved others, himself he cannot save. Let the Christ, the King of Israel, descend now from the cross, that we may see and believe." Even those who were crucified with him reviled him. Now when the 6th hour had come, there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour. And at the 9th hour Jesus cried out with a loud voice, saying, "Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani," which is translated, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Some of those who stood by when they heard that said, "Look, he is calling for Elijah." Then someone ran and filled a sponge full of sour wine, put it on a reed, and offered it to him to drink, saying, "Let him alone. Let us see if Elijah will come and take him down." And Jesus cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last. Then the veil of the temple was torn in 2 from top to bottom. So when the centurion who stood opposite him saw that, he cried out like this and breathed his last. He said, "Truly this man was the Son of God." There were also women looking on from afar. Among them were Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, the less, and of Joseph and Salome, who also followed him and ministered to him when he was in Galilee, and many other women who came up with him to Jerusalem. We have also Isaiah 53. So Isaiah chapter 53. Verses 3 to 7. So we'll just turn to Isaiah. I'll just come here that I'm not missing any messages. So Isaiah 53. Three to 7. So Isaiah 53 verse 3. He is despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we did not esteem him. And 4, surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement for our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. John, so back to the New Testament, John 11. John 11, chapter 11, verse 48 to 53. We'll actually read from 45, actually, just to get some more of the context here. So 45 to 53. Then many of the Jews who had come to Mary and had seen the things Jesus did believed in him. But some of them went away to the Pharisees and told them the things Jesus did. Then the chief priests and the Pharisees gathered a council and said, "What shall we do? For this man works many signs. If we let him alone like this, everyone will believe in him, and the Romans will come and take away both our place and nation." And one of them, Caiaphas, being high priest that year, said to them, "You know nothing at all, nor do you consider that it is expedient for us that one man should die for the people, and not that the whole nation should perish." Now this he did not say on his own authority, but being high priest that year, he prophesied that Jesus would die for the nation, and not for that nation only, but also that he would gather together in one the children of God who were scattered abroad. Then from that day on they plotted to put him to death. We'll now turn to Romans 5. So Romans chapter 5. verses 12 to 15. Therefore, just as through one man sin I'll read again. Therefore, just as through one man sin entered the world, and death through sin, and thus death spread to all men, because all sinned. For until the law, sin was in the world. But sin is not imputed when there is no law. Nevertheless, death reigned from Adam to Moses, even over those who had not sinned according to the likeness of the transgression of Adam, who is a type of him who was to come. But the free gift is not like the offence. For if by one man's offence many died, much more the grace of God and the gift by the grace of the one man, Jesus Christ, abounded to many. And now we'll read 2 Corinthians. And we want chapter 4. Verses 7 to 12. But we have this treasure in earthen vessels, that the excellence of the power may be of God, and not of us. We are hard pressed on every side, yet not crushed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Struck down, but not destroyed. Always carrying about in the body the dying of the Lord Jesus, that the life of Jesus also may be manifested in our body. For we who live are always delivered to death for Jesus' sake, that the life of Jesus also may be manifested in our mortal flesh. So then death is working in us, but life in you. And then we'll turn to Hebrews 2. And we want Hebrews chapter 2, verses 9 to 11. For in that he put all in subjection under him, he left nothing that is not put under him. But now we do not yet see all things put under him, but we see Jesus, who was made a little lower than the angels for the suffering of death, crowned with glory and honour, that he, by the grace of God, might taste death for everyone. For it was fitting for him, for whom all things and by whom are all things, in bringing many sons to glory, to make the captain of their salvation perfect through sufferings. For both he who sanctifies and those who are being sanctified are all of one, for which reason he is not ashamed to call them brethren. We'll read 12 too. Saying, I will declare your name to my brethren. In the midst of the assembly, I will sing praise to you. We'll just turn to this and see who's here. Oh, Moon over Miami. Great to see you here. Thanks for coming by. We're just waiting for our Hot Cross Buns to rise. Easter buns, some people know them as. So we're just sharing a few readings for Good Friday and Maundy Thursday, or Holy Thursday. And I've had these buns in a warm oven, just to rise. But I'm going to take them out now and let them rise a bit more out here, because I want to preheat my oven. You know, just to bake these off in fully. Thank you, Moon, for hitting the thumbs up. I certainly need some more of those. And I'm going to put my oven on to preheat to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, they haven't risen up much, have they? But I hope they'll rise up a bit more yet. I'd like them to, but they're probably a third bigger than when I put them in. I might just get a knife here and just cut the crosses on a bit more. Not that it's really necessary, but it just sort of, you know, it looks nice. I did earlier, but you can just barely see where I put them. And that's just really aesthetics. I don't really have to do it, but you know, just to make them look pretty. And then we're just going to put this piping mixture, you know, to make the crosses in. And really just cutting the crosses in just so there's a little belly for the, you know, the mixture just to sit in. Oh, great to see you, Misha Lee. Thanks so much for coming by here. Oh yes, just saying hello before bed. Wonderful, great to see you. We've had a few, we've read a few verses from the Bible, a few passages. Today it's Good Friday here. I know for most of you it's Holy Thursday. You know, the crazy time differences. I'll just see if I can get this paste into here. This is just a flour and water paste. Hope I can get it in here without making too much of a mess. I'm just going to mark some crosses on the top of my buns. Piping bag would have been easy to load, but I'm thinking this will be easier to actually pour it out of. I could have made a piping bag, but I've got this this icing or frosting piper, so you know that'll do the same job. Maybe I should put the smaller nozzle on it, because it's running out of the bottom as I put it in. Not that I made this thick. Not that I made this real runny. Hopefully I made enough. If I didn't make enough, I didn't make enough. I mean, it's not really necessary, it's just aesthetics, really. Oh, I should have made some more. And actually, some of it's come out. I think I'm missing the seal really for this thing. I wonder if I'm missing part of it. I mean, it's only a dollar store one. So I might have to even mix some more flour and water up. Yeah, thank you, Micheline. Oh, I might just have enough. You know, just by you know, scraping. I mean, it's not really necessary, the crosses. They're just for aesthetics, but we just squeaked enough. But then I'll probably, if I put a smaller end on this, it would have worked a lot better. There is a smaller end for it, so it would have worked better with that, but anyways. Never mind. I'll just wash this all out while it's otherwise, you know, if the flour and that dries in there, I just end up with a mess. And I'll give you a look at these buns, and we'll put them on fairly soon. I mean, they've probably grown by about a third. I really want them to grow a bit more yet. But yeah, this mixture makes a dozen. I'll probably do another batch tomorrow because these are far nicer than the ones you buy. I know it's easier to buy them, but homemade are nicer and much cheaper too. You buy them from the supermarket. The cheapest is about $3.50 there, or $4, $4.50, but often about $6 or $8. And to make them myself like this, and I mean that's for, you know, $3.50. That's for half a dozen, not a dozen. So making a dozen, I think at a guess it's probably cost me about $1 to $2 to make a dozen. The most expensive part, of course, is your dried fruit. I'd have to work out how much the dried fruit is, but it's about 50 cents of dry ingredients. Well, there's brown sugar there, so it's probably about 75 cents worth of dry ingredients. You know, your flour, your yeast, your brown sugar, your cinnamon, nutmeg, and allspice. But yeah, have a wonderful, wonderful night, Micheline, and thank you so much for coming by here. And yes, have a nice Good Friday. It's all very quiet here out on the road and everything because no shops are open or anything. About the only shops that are open are a few restaurants and, of course, fish shops, you know, places selling fried fish and French fries, of course. Good Friday is seen as being about their busiest day of the year. It's very much a tradition here, you know, people who aren't even Christian will eat fish on Good Friday. And, you know, they won't eat sort of meat or anything, but just fish on Good Friday. So very much a tradition here for everybody to do that. So you probably all find that very interesting. Anybody who's here watching, what's your tradition about eating fish, not eating meat on Good Friday? Just, you know, as a sake of interest and a discussion point. But we've had a few verses that we've read during the day, and we might even open up to Luke and read some from Luke as well, while these, you know, when I put these on to bake and while they're baking. And I'll put them in about 5 minutes time because my oven should be fully preheated. I would like them to rise up a bit more before I put them in, but of course they're going to rise when I bake them anyway, so that's not a huge issue, I guess you could say. And of course, once they're baked, I've got some glaze that I made up. Just some sugar, water and cinnamon that I'll just sort of pour on them after they're cooked. And I've got that cooling down. Cold glaze onto hot buns should be good. They always say, or it had always been told to me, cold glaze on hot cakes or bread or buns or whatever, and hot glaze, hot icing, whatever, hot frosting on cold. So that's interesting. Who do we have here with us at the moment? And I'm just sort of waiting for my oven to finish heating up, and then I'll put these in. But I'll just sort of read what I've got here, the recipe. And I would recommend, but then it might differ because I used margarine instead of cooking oil. I thought I had some cooking oil, but I didn't. So I had to use margarine. I buy margarine just for baking and cooking. You know, butter is so expensive here, so I don't sort of put margarine on my toast or my bread or anything. I use butter. And of course, if I'm making mashed potatoes or something, I use butter also. But yeah, basically my recipe here is 3 cups all-purpose flour plus whatever else all-purpose flour is needed for rolling out the dough. So, you know, it could be like up to an extra sort of half a cup even sometimes. So you probably want to allow 3.5 cups. 3 teaspoons ground cinnamon, 2 teaspoons ground nutmeg, 1 teaspoon allspice, 1 teaspoon salt. So 3, 2, 1. 6 tablespoons brown sugar. Well, actually, the original recipe was just caster sugar or white sugar, but I decided, oh, brown sugar will be really, you know, very delicious and would step things up. So, I mean, if you used white sugar, it would be a lot cheaper, of course. 2.5 teaspoons yeast. 1¼ cups warm water, 1/4 cup vegetable oil, and 1 cup dried. Oh, connecting, reconnecting. Yeah, it seems to do that after a while with YouTube. And then the crosses, 3 tablespoons all-purpose flour, and enough water just to mix it into a paste. And the glaze, I'm thinking, what did I use? You don't need a lot. 1 tablespoon of white sugar, plus 1/4 teaspoon cinnamon, plus 1 to 2 tablespoons of hot boiling water. Just, to make like a syrup, and then you cool it down in the refrigerator. I'm going to write all this into the description, actually, on this live stream, just so anybody who comes by here later can get the recipe. And of course, I mixed the dough up in my bread maker. I mean, you could do it with a a stand mixer and a dough hook, or completely by hand and knead it out as you do with if you're making bread without a stand mixer and dough hook, or without a bread maker. But using a bread maker makes things so easy. Oven fully heated now, and I've heated my oven up to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm going to put these in for about 15, 20 or so minutes, just until they're done. And yeah, I'm going to get up and have a bit of a walk around and a stretch, really, because I've been doing a lot of sitting down today, as you do. So it had been raining earlier, but the rain has now stopped. So I might go and have a bit of a walk around and a stretch, and we'll see who's going to come on. And then, of course, we'll be still here, and when they come out of the oven, you can see the big reveal. But pass or fail, we'll be here. But I'm just going to have a bit of a stretch and a walk around. I'll open this door and let a bit of fresh air in too. I had the door shut. The Angry Atox, hi there, Todd. Great to see you back here. I did read some verses from the Bible earlier. I'm just going to have a bit of a walk around and a stretch. A lot of sitting down today. raining. It had been raining earlier and some storms, so at least that stopped. Oh, I see you've dropped me another message, Todd. I'll have to check that in a sec. Cooling rack is what I want. And then, of course, you know, when they're done, we're going to have a taste test. Of course. Oh, they smell wonderful. I've had them in about 5 minutes, and I'm guessing you want to have them in about 20 minutes. I'll check them in 20 minutes and just see how they're going. But I'm just looking for my cooling rack here, so that I've got that. Margarine, I can get rid of that because I want to put butter on them. When they're done, I'll have to let them cool down a minute. Once they're done, though, of course, I'm going to put some glaze on them. Butter. Just so I've got it ready. And yeah, I must sit down and see what message I missed here. So this is a marathon live stream, of course. Oh, all good, Todd. Yeah, thanks for running it. You have company coming. All good. Totally understand that. Oh, we've been going nearly 4 hours. We would have been going longer, but I sort of started this live earlier, and I sort of had some errors and had to restart a live and reset it and all of that. Hopefully I get a few watch hours out of this, and of course hopefully we get a few people watching this one later. I might even do an edit and you know, get some of the highlights into a video or into some shorts or something too. Yeah, because I'm sort of filming the phone, I'm still waiting for the SD card reader. Hopefully it'll come Tuesday. It's a public holiday here on Monday, so of course there won't be any mail on Monday, and of course today being Good Friday is a public holiday. Although the bin ferry still came last night, of course, or early this morning. They probably fight over getting the shift on Easter, actually, Easter or Christmas or what have you. When there's these public holidays like this, they probably fight over it because they're probably getting like triple time. All these glasses, I need to they're all smeared up and clogged up. I need to get one of these wipes and clean them. You know, taking them off, putting them on to read something and then taking them off again. Definitely need a good clean up. You know, just chit chat and yabba 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 while I wait for my hot cross buns or Easter buns to cook up. Must be quite late where you are, Todd. I should look to see what Google says, what time it is. Because I know we've fallen back and you've sprung forward, and so it, you know, makes for a crazy time difference. And yeah, I'll probably, yeah, I should set it up, my live stream for Saturday, of course, tomorrow. That'll be set up just at the normal time, and I'll do that StreamYard. So I should check to see what your time is. My UK viewers, I might even get a few UK viewers coming on. Yeah, knock something off the table here. Yeah, coming up to 7 a.m. for my UK viewers. $6:53, I think my time's 3:53 p.m. And yeah, I'll get your time up, Todd. 2 a.m. coming up to 2 a.m. New York time, Eastern Standard Time. So that means coming up to 1 a.m. your time, 12:53 a.m. because you're Central Standard Time, aren't you, Todd? I should go, I'll just have a bit of a look-see at how my buns are going. Where's my... Oh, here it is. I don't think I need it though, my cooking thermometer. This is actually quite a useful one. It's probably hot in here though, I think. Or warm in here, warmer than what it is outside. I should bring up what the weather is here. 65. Precipitation 24%. Humidity 66%. Wind 13 mile per hour. But yeah, this thermometer, cooking thermometer, goes up. It goes, I should have a look at the box what it said. I think it goes from like about minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit. It says I've been on 15 minutes, and I think they're going to want another more than 5 minutes. They'll probably want another 10 minutes, so I'll check them in 5 minutes and just see how they're going, because they're still soft on top. I just went and had a bit of a look at them. They smell wonderful here. I love that. I love the smell of cinnamon, and you know, you can smell the cinnamon and the nutmeg in the hot cross buns or Easter buns. So absolutely wonderful. 73.9 Fahrenheit in here. Minus 58 Fahrenheit to plus 572 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's a fair range on this thing. So yeah, 73.7 degrees Fahrenheit inside here. I'll just put that up the screen and show you. I could probably use this to poke into the buns to see when they're done. Could if I want to. Don't think I'll have another cup of coffee though. I might have a glass of milk with my hot cross buns when they're cooked. Probably will make another batch tomorrow actually. I haven't had any hot cross buns yet. I mean, I could go and buy some, but homemade is so much nicer. And you know, they'll sort of evaporate pretty quickly, I think. And I want to make some to take to church on Sunday actually. So yeah, I'll probably make myself another batch up tomorrow. I won't live stream that though. But yeah, just waiting for these to cook up. I think it's about 20 minutes. It's supposed to cook them. Oh, we got somebody else coming in here. Who do we have here with us? I've got my hot cross buns cooking up. And of course, big appreciation for everybody who watches this again later. I'll go and have a bit of a look-see, because I don't want to burn them on the bottom, you know. So I just sort of get up every so often and just check them. Yeah, according to this, another 5 minutes. But I'll have to have a look-see myself. How they're going. I'll just get this glaze out and have a look at that. Yeah, it's cooled down. I could could have actually put more sugar and made it a bit thicker, or less water and made it thicker, but doesn't matter. It's a bit thin, it'll just be a bit runny, won't it? Oh, I was going to show you the glaze. A little bit of cinnamon and, you know, some boiling water with some sugar. A little bit runny. I'll have to see where my pastry brush is. Because, yeah, I want that just to paint the glaze on the top. Ah, here it is. Lovely. I knew I had one, but it's, you know how things that you want sort of rattle themselves to the bottom of the drawer? So, yeah, I've got the brush here. Because, yeah, once I've cooled down for a minute, I'll want to put the glaze on them when I turn them out. Who do we have here with us? I know one of them's myself because I've got it running here on the computer just to keep up with chat. Because, you know, chat doesn't always come up on screen here. But yeah, definitely we'll have to make another batch up tomorrow. I should get some fish out too to cook up later. It's sort of here, even people who aren't Christian, it's very traditional for people here to have fish on Good Friday and not eat any meat. I do have some pieces of beer battered fish in the freezer, of course. I should get some out to defrost and then I can cook it up for my supper. And, you know, I'll cook up some French fries to have with my fish for my supper. Crispy battered fish fillets. This is from Aldi. And this will be interesting. Responsibly sourced fish fillets coated in a crispy batter. Says it's oven baked. Oh, that's just gone off. I'll just check. I think they want another 5 minutes. So maybe about 30 minutes. Yeah, Lester. I'm sure it was Alaskan pollock. But yeah, I'll just get some out to defrost later, because I'll fry it. I won't oven bake it. I think it's nicer if you fry it. Well, I might have to get the scissors to open this, I think. Oh, it did rip off there. Ripped off the one way and not the other. I might get some out for tomorrow too. Actually, because I haven't had fish for a while, so I'm looking forward to it. Fish is generally expensive here. And you know, I'll cook up some French fries to have with that, and I have some Thai salad also. That'll be just delicious. My oven. So yeah, I made up some Thai salad. You know, it's fairly spicy, and it's got lime juice and all sorts in the dressing, so it'll be just nice to cut through the fried things. Yeah, I think they're nearly done. I'll just leave them till the oven sort of dings again, and then I'll be good to bring them out. I should get this glaze out of the fridge too. Who have we got here? I was watching the other day, Daz of My Aussie Garden and Kitchen. He had some he was making. Oh, I think I'm... Oh, our battery's gone backwards. I'm just wondering if I could get some power onto this. Otherwise, we're going to lose power before we're ready. which won't be good. I think we're in trouble here. Oh, I think we're back. Yeah, my battery ran out. So yeah, these are done, and I'll give you a look. And then I'll turn them out. So yeah, here we are. I'm back. So it's basically what they look like. I need a towel. I need to get a new oven glove. I mean, I've only got the one here. I need to get 2 new ones. But yeah, I'm going to turn these out and we'll glaze them. Hope I haven't burnt the bottom of them. Oh no, these look perfect. Oh, that's not quite how I want them, but they look absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, it sort of broke at the wrong spot here, but never mind. I'm going to paint some glaze on them, and then we're going to have ourselves a taste test. I want to put them back into the right position, actually. Because it would look better. Right, you know, if I get them back to where they were, then I can show you. So that's the buns done, and I'll just get out my glaze. And that's enough. I've got enough glaze for 2 lots. So when I bake some more tomorrow, I won't have to make any more glaze. And I mightn't sort of put the cross on what I bake tomorrow on, because I won't be going live baking them. So got this glaze here. This is just a sugar water glaze. Well, I put some cinnamon with the sugar water. And just notice how beautiful they look when you glaze them. It just brings out the colour. I'm going to have a sticky mess on my table from all this, but never mind. I can wipe that up later. Probably everybody's gone away now. But I'll probably, you know, give them a couple of coats. Couple of coats of this glaze. Who do we have here with us? Oh, is that V.I.P watching now? Hope it is V.I.P still here watching. Um, 4 hours and 26, so it'll be at least a 4.5 hour live stream. Oh, this light. These lights cycle here terribly. But anyways, never mind. Who do we have here with us? These are done. I sort of had to get this phone up running again because I've ran the battery out, and it sort of had to get to 1% before it would sort of start again. I had to go and get the charger quick. I'd ran out the power bank. I thought the power bank had more power in it than what it seemed. But yeah, I'll hold these up to you all and give you a good look at them. I think I'll give them another coating of this glaze, and then we'll have a taste test very soon. You know, the glaze is soaking into them. But it certainly, you know, brings out the colour. Plus with this yummy stickiness, they'll be absolutely wonderful. But I'm going to have a sticky mess to wipe up off my table here. I probably should have got some aluminum foil and stuck it under, but because I'm going to wrap some up to take to church on a Sunday. And I want some more for myself, so I'm going to cook another batch for myself tomorrow, because I love hot cross buns. And of course, homemade hot cross buns are absolutely the best. I must get the bread knife, and I must get a plate, and then we're going to have a taste test. I'm thinking I'll get myself a glass of milk to have with them too. But yeah, I'll just hold them up to you all on the I had a sticky mess here, but Oh wow, they're wonderful. Oh, I got sugar water on my fingers. But yeah, I'll just grab myself a glass of milk. Because I've probably had enough coffee for today. Real milk, of course. Cold pressed raw milk. So not pasteurized. Real milk. So, you know, that'll be really lovely. Oh wow, these are wonderful. So I'm just going to get some butter and we'll have ourselves a taste test. Just let the butter melt into that one. A cold drink like that is wonderful too. Because I've been yap, 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 yap all day. But yeah, look at these, aren't they wonderful? I'm going to have to make a short out of these. I think I've got to have a taste test. And yeah, we've been going 4 hours and 33, so you know, I'll probably just go you know, another 15 minutes and call it a day. Oh wow, these are wonderful. Who have we got here with us? I'll have to wash my fingers, I've got sticky fingers. But they're not going to last very long. These are going to evaporate very, very, very quickly. and I'll hold them up and show you again. Show you this one up close. I'm going to have to make another batch. Aren't they wonderful? Rowdy's Country Living. Oh, awesome. Great to see you. Yes, they are really yummy. I'll have to show you the full tray of them. This recipe, I'll have to write the recipe into the description here. Yeah, great to see you. Because I'm sure somebody would want to recreate these. And I mixed them up in the bread maker. Yeah, I'm definitely going to put the recipe here in the description, because I know somebody will want to recreate them. Makes a dozen, and it probably cost like about $2 to make a dozen, you know, at a guess, because you know, the dried fruit is a little bit more expense, you know, is an expense. You know, and the I use brown sugar instead of white sugar. I mean, the rest of your ingredients aren't expensive, you know, all-purpose flour, baker's yeast, etc. This chat has stopped here, so I'll just, yeah, now you're hungry, yeah. I'll just sort of get this onto the right chat, because I ran my camera out. Yeah, it's 12:40 a.m. in Utah, but now, yeah, I totally understand that, yeah. Time here in this location, 4:37 p.m. on Friday. Of course, yeah, you're on Friday now, Good Friday as well. I did earlier do some reading, so, you know, since it's Good Friday here, so I did do a few readings from Scripture. I'm going to have to get a short out of this, I think. I'm currently located in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Not from here, though. Not from Australia. I could even read the recipe out to you if you'd like the recipe now, before I get round to writing it out into the description. Yes, it's a huge time difference. What's it? 15 hours, something like that. But I'll probably I'll have to get this into my editing and make a shorter video. So if anybody wants to, you know, instead of having to run the whole thing. But for the hot cross buns, 3 cups all-purpose flour plus any extra that's needed. No Paul here now. So 3 cups all-purpose flour plus whatever extras needed for your dough, you know, just so it's not so sticky, or you know how your flour sort of varies. 3 teaspoons ground cinnamon, 2 teaspoons ground nutmeg, 1 teaspoon allspice, 1 teaspoon salt. The actual official recipe is 6 tablespoons sugar, but I used brown sugar, so that's probably why you need a bit extra flour, because brown sugar is a bit more sticky than white sugar, of course. 2.5 teaspoons baker's yeast, 1.25 cups warm water, 1/4 cup vegetable oil, you know, just a neutral vegetable oil, 1 cup dried mixed fruit. And I mean, you could use just sultanas or raisins or whatever dried mixed fruit you like, or dried fruit you like. And for the crosses on top, 3 tablespoons all-purpose flour plus water, just to mix sort of into a paste that you can pipe with a piping bag to make your crosses. And then the glaze, 1 tablespoon sugar, 1/4 teaspoon of cinnamon, and 1 to 2 tablespoons of boiling water. And you just sort of mix that down just to dissolve the sugar and cool it down, and then you just paint it on with your pastry brush, you know, after you take these out of the oven. And you just sort of, you know, you put in your like your bread maker, if you've got a bread maker, put in your water, vegetable oil, warm water, blood temperature water, you know, about 98 degrees Fahrenheit water. Yeah, it is delicious. Put that in the bottom of your bread maker first, plus your sugar and your vegetable oil. Then you put, like you have your flour, mix all your flour, spices and salt really well together, you know, in a mixing bowl first, just to fluff it up and mix it through together. Then you dump that into your bread maker. Make a bit of a well in the center where you've got your flour, and put your yeast on top of that. Then turn on your bread maker with the dough only cycle, and let it mix through. And then when you get your first beep, you know, your instructions, your bread maker says when you get your first beep, the time to add the dried fruit or things like that. That's when you add your cup of dried fruit into your bread maker. And you just let it mix through, let it do the first rise and first proving, whatever you call it. And then when that's done, turn out your dough and plenty of flour just so things don't stick, all-purpose flour, and you just knead it out. You know, belt it down, push all the air out. And then you cut it up into 12 equal portions. So I just, one, you know, ball of dough, big ball of dough, half, so you have it in quarters. And then each quarter you will cut into thirds. Then roll that out, you know, into some nice rolls, fairly even size rolls. Put onto your, you have some parchment paper in a baking tray. Put your baking paper into a baking tray, otherwise they will stick. And just space them out evenly. And then you want to put them aside in a warm spot, probably about an hour for them to rise till they about double in size. Then you'll get your paste and you'll just, with your piping bag, just line across here and then across here so that you've got a cross on the top of each one. And preheat your oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And my oven, they baked for about 25 to 30 minutes in my oven. Just with the variation of the temperature. You know, some people's ovens are quicker, some people's ovens are slower. So, yeah, I just baked them for about 25 to 30 minutes, then brought them out onto the cooling rack, turned them out, let them, you know, just cool down a minute. And then I glazed them and then they're ready to eat. Anyways, I'm going to call it a day here very soon, but I must show you some more, and I'll cut into this one, and because I shouldn't do too much eating on camera, should I? It's a bit rude. Makes you all hungry. But I should cut into another one to show you what they look like, and then we'll have to call it a day. We'll end up having like a 5-hour live stream, which I guess doesn't matter. Oh, thank you. Yeah, if you want your channel link shared out, just type drop and Nightbot should do that. These have cooled down a bit, unfortunately. So the butter is not going to melt so good now, but never mind. But yeah, if you type drop, yeah, it should do it. Because I don't always have mods here, so it was good to get Nightbot set up to do that. Oh, you're most welcome. Most welcome. I'll hold these up and show you. And I'll hold the rest of them up again too. I put the glaze on. I gave it a couple of coats of glaze. It really does bring the colour out. I won't be doing a live of doing these again tomorrow, but I'll be making another batch tomorrow because I can see these evaporating very, very, very quickly. You know, they'll just evaporate because they're just so yummy. Anyways, we should call it a day, I think. It's going to be a good time for me. I'm going to have to rest, and of course later on I'll be cooking some supper. I got some battered fish out, so I'll be cooking that up since it's Good Friday here. And cook up some French fries to have with it and some Thai salad, and that should be really yummy. Oh, umbrella was a mistake. Oh, no problem. All good. All good. It was raining and storming here earlier, so, you know, maybe the umbrella was a good sign. It was raining here earlier. Current temperature here, it's quite pleasant. Was 65 earlier. It's still 65 degrees here, so, you know, quite pleasant. At least now summer is finished. Yeah, thank you. Have a great morning, I should say. And of course, God bless, and thank you so much for coming in. I did read quite a few verses, you know, special for Maundy Thursday, Holy Thursday, which it was for a lot of you when I started this live stream. And of course for Good Friday, which it's Good Friday here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll just I'll give everybody 5 minutes to say hello, goodbye, and all of that, and then we will call it a day. I ran my battery out earlier on my phone because of filming from the phone, and we all sort of went blank, but luckily I was able to get things up again. So, you know, it's still the one big long live stream, not having to set up and start another live stream. So that was lucky that YouTube allowed me to sort of start again from the same live stream. Doesn't always let you do that, doesn't always work like that. So yeah, really good luck. I know a few people, they said they'd just let me run even though they were going to go to sleep or fall asleep. So it could be a few people just letting it run too. So I might not hear back from them. I don't know. We shall see. I'm going to have another bite of these hot cross buns. Oh, Nightbot doesn't like too many symbols, yeah. Oh, yeah, never mind. It's just Nightbot gets a bit over the top sometimes. That wasn't me, that was Nightbot, yeah. When you set Nightbot up as a moderator. So yeah, no more than 2 or 3 symbols really. Otherwise not, but gets a bit over the top. Yeah, we'll see you later. Might get myself another glass of milk, actually. So much talking here. I buy this one just for drinking milk, of course. But it is expensive, $7 or $8 for that. 1.5 quarts. But it is much nicer milk than pasteurized. Well, it's starting to get dark here. Just coming up to 5 p.m. So I'll cut things off in a couple of minutes and call it a day. And time to relax, and then you know, maybe in an hour's time we'll cook up my supper. Oh my goodness. These are so yummy. They're going to evaporate so quickly. But then, yeah, I'm making another batch tomorrow. Anyways, we've been here 5 hours. Wow. So I'm going to call it a day here and cut it off. Big thank you to everybody who's come in and joined in throughout the day. Plenty of people come in and out. A big thank you to all of you. And, of course, a big thank you to everybody who will run this one later and watch this one later. I really appreciate you all as well. Anyways, we'll call it a day here now. Take care. God bless. And until next time, bye-bye.